Hello, hello, good morning, and welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. It's been a little while. How's everybody doing today? Hello. It is very sunny today. When I first loaded up, my camera was extremely overexposed. But thankfully, I fixed that. So today, as mentioned, we're doing art. We are pretty well ahead of schedule on stuff, so we're actually working on the next event, basically getting kind of everything lined up out of the way, and then we can kind of like fully dig into permanent content. Obviously, we've been talking about the floating islands and doing a little bit of work on that together. So basically, if we can kind of get all the events kind of cleared up and out of the way, we can focus on that kind of aspect of development and kind of other kind of like things we need to do. So we're going to be creating the jade base for the Lunar New Year, which I believe is normally in February, but it might actually be at the end of January this year. So it's coming up, but you know we are pretty well ahead of schedule, which is exciting. It's not always the case. Yeah, so it is the rat jade base. I have already created the costumed rat. Save that for later when you guys actually see the event. Why is my camera like bad aspect ratio? Sorry. There. It's just weirdly off to the left. Anyways, so I actually already started work on this base because I was like out of stuff to do on Wednesday. Aside from just jumping on more floating island stuff, but we figure we'll get this out of the way first. All right. So I already have some stuff drawn up for it. Kind of did a bunch of little sketches, so wasn't sure what direction exactly I wanted to go. That's the one. So I tried a couple of different things, but ultimately I kind of liked this one here. And basically today what I want to do is I want to just kind of like render it out more, but do a lot more kind of like detail work on the actual base. How am I so bad at finding layers this morning? The older bases all kind of have like some nice kind of detail work along the sides and a little bit extra on the top. Oh yeah, the wash base. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was like 2 years ago. You're the dog. He's so cute. He's little. He is. Yeah, it's very true. He is the appropriate dog for it. Little toots on the side of the base. Wash toots. We had the year of the pig. Yeah, actually, it'll be one more base after this, I think. Or no, not base. Yeah, because we're not there with the bases. But I think the mask collectibles were at 11 this year, so next year we'll have the full kind of set. And then I think we're short 2 mice and then 3 bases, so like each year we'll kind of complete a set over the next 3 years. I believe that's the case, which is pretty cool. All right, so I'm gonna lower those down again. Oh, good. I was hoping that Brian would be here to help with that. The dot should turn upward. It should be downwards, not up. Okay. Yeah, I legit was like, I hope Brian's going to be on today because he's always very helpful. So, okay. Help me understand. The dot should be downwards, not up. Dots. Oh, these. Yes. Okay.
On both of them.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize. I thought they were like horizontal, and I was like making it stylish a little bit because, you know, thank you very much for helping with that. Okay, so I'll fix it here, but I have already rendered it on the base. I'll just have to adjust it accordingly. Maybe if I just flip this. And make sure that, you know, we got the right idea. Will this work? So like that kind of thing. Okay, when you write it's normally horizontal. Okay, copy and paste the text. But yeah, that does look like maybe. Where did I just hit? Charlie. Don't be on the keyboard, please. Let's see if this works. That's some big text. Okay.
Yeah, flip it, it's fine. Or if you just make it horizontal.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. I like it tilted as well though. But either way, on the base down here, just have to redraw it there. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Very helpful. Okay, personal preference if it's horizontal or turned down a bit. Never up. Okay. Okay.
This line should not be attached to the back thing.
At the bottom? Fairly sure they would be horizontal. It would be down. Brian is right. Shouldn't be attached to the. Okay. So the. What do you mean by the back thing?
The line behind them. This
Sure.
line says this shouldn't be attached to the line.
This?
No.
I
The
don't.
line that they're attached to.
Oh, like, okay, I think I get it. Sorry, it's like this kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Some people are saying it is attached.
It is attached. No, it is attached. Okay. All right. This is why I should always make sure to do these ones on stream, because this is the kind of stuff I don't want to get wrong. Actually, now I want to like pull up the costumed rat mouse and make sure it like is appropriate, because I don't have context for if everything that I add is a good thing. So I'm gonna do that right now while I have everyone being scrupulous and very, very helpful. So a little spoiler for you guys. Wasn't planning on showing this, but now that I think about it, I would be more comfortable if I show you guys and get some feedback first. Okay. So I forgot to flip this back, so it's kind of like Hendrix style, but okay, so the idea behind this is, I don't know if this works, but it's you're the rat, but then it's also like the element is metal and also white. Sometimes we've kind of like made sure to include those in the characters, like you're the pig, I believe, was earth, the snake was water, and so we kind of like have those elements in it. And so this is the character I ended up creating. Takes a second. So it's basically a mouse in an inflated costume, because I thought that might be fun. And because it's a rat, and I already draw MouseHunt mice so kind of similar to rats that I had to like kind of like take it to the next level. But yeah, so I decided to interpret metal as in the music style a little bit.
It's so gross.
What a horror. Agreed.
It looks like he's in a sausage.
And red rat, yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm kind of like, I started drawing it and I like just kept rendering, and I'm like, well, it was good that I over rendered where it used to be, because I tried to make it like a white rat, and then it was just even more disturbing with all the kind of like inflated kind of folds and stuff like that. So yeah.
Did you even look at what inflated costumes?
Yes, I did. Listen.
It's the belly part.
The belly part is really,
where
yeah.
the guitars in the back.
Oh yeah, where it's smushing in.
It's very gross.
Perfect. Difference between rat and mouse is like rats are basically like 5 times bigger.
Big and long.
Yeah, they're longer. Their proportions are different. Like mice have like really big heads. But yeah, mainly like a lot of their features are actually very similar, and they're pretty close, like genetically, as I understand it. But yeah, just kind of like smaller head and just kind of bigger body. Yeah, that's probably the biggest difference. And then there's like so many different kinds of mice and rats that you know you can probably pick and choose. But the way that I decided to try and kind of like differentiate it is the nose has a much more kind of peak to it. Actually, it was what was that old cartoon movie? It's like Great Mouse Detective. Ratigan. Yeah. So I actually kind of based. That did not copy correctly. Oh, I don't want to play a video of it. But if you look up Ratigan, that's kind of like the style of character. Yeah, classic Disney villain, where he has kind of like a big arch for the kind of bridge of the nose, and then like the nose actually kind of comes off of the muzzle, and like smaller ears, and just kind of more extreme face features, and kind of like so other kind of elements of the event. There's like the lantern kind of drawing and stuff like that. We've kind of like pushed those to try and make it look more like a rat, or at least kind of read different from our versions of mice. But yeah, so that kind of did a cutesier version of it with kind of like the big nose and smaller ears, but still very similar otherwise. But yeah, for that character, any thoughts on, aside from it just being disturbing? Because I agree. I don't know. I was working on it for like 2.5 days, and I was just like, I gotta just wrap this up. So I don't know. Let's see what you guys are writing a bit. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean you're probably on the nose with all that, but because the MouseHunt mice already kind of like possess those features, like if anything, if I were to like see a MouseHunt character, I'd be like, is that a rat? Because I used to have rats, and so I kind of like did a lot of my designs based off of being familiar with them. Um, yeah. Okay, so aside from it being like a weird and almost creepy costume, because it's just so wrinkly and strange. Any thoughts on kind of like the subject of it? Like if it's kind of basically want to know, is there any problematic design elements? I don't know. Just want to make sure that that's not a thing. Yeah, that's kind of the disturbing element of it. Not an intended design element. I could probably like try and work it a little bit to make it less kind of maybe I don't know flesh colored, I guess. But yeah, maybe we'll do that after we finish the base. I was mentioning to Giorgio that I might flip the image to the intended orientation because he was kind of weirded out by the guitar facing that way, but it's not like those don't exist. It's just not as common. All right. Yes. Okay. All right. I think I'll based on the feedback, the very constructive feedback, I will probably be tweaking that costume a little bit.
It's so gross looking.
It is in agreement with everybody, yes. All right. Well, let's fix the character here. make sure I'm using... Okay, so I kind of ended up using a few layers to kind of tweak, mainly the rat here. Needed to kind of thicken the line weight so you could actually see this character, because when I transferred this down, a lot of the lines just kind of smushed away. Alright, so I'll actually just compress these together. Yeah, that's fine. And now I'll just kind of redraw that part. Alright, so maybe a new layer on top. And I could actually get rid of that non-destructively, in case I need to go back to the reference point. Alright, now so let's see if this is anywhere close to the mark. I might actually, yeah, just grab this. Oh, where are you? Oh, there you are. Copy, paste. Alright, now basically I'm just kind of going to reline it all up. It's a little leggy. Whoa, what's going on? Okay. Back it up. I messed that up. Alright. Let's try that again. So move this to the corner. Rotate this down. Move that over. Stretch that up. Okay, and now shrink that down. I think I just tried to shrink that a little early. Boy, why is this so laggy? It's never this laggy. I guess the streaming software is just a little bit rough on it right now. So let's just get rid of all the other selection. Move this up here. Alright, now I have a reference point for the angle. May not be perfect, but it's close. Let's just redo that. Alright, cool. I could actually probably just grab this. Oh, there we go. Just get rid of that layer. 64 layers in this file, at least. Not bad. Hmm, 20 luck jade base would be pretty nice, sure. Don't know if we're gonna give you that. Maybe when the bases loop around, when you have a whole set. Ooh, that'd be kind of like, oh boy. Wouldn't that be something if it required having every base to like be able to kind of like get a better version of it? Would that be too mean? Or would that actually be kind of cool? Like, you can't get previous bases. They are marked as LE, so that also is out. But if it's like any version of the Year of the Dragon or whatever, so basically it would require you to be around for 12 years because you could only get them during the event. I don't know, that might be a bit much, but think about it. Is that actually kind of cool? Rewarding people who have been around for a full cycle? Maybe it'd be too much though. I don't want it to be like a punishing kind of thing for the players, right? Alright, so just quickly giving it kind of the appropriate shading. Actually quite like rendering jade. It's such an interesting stone because it has a lot of kind of translucent properties to it. So like the way that the light passes through it is absolutely beautiful. Which is why I was very excited to actually create the bases in the first place, because I was kind of practicing with that kind of like texture and stuff like that. And this base was drawn forever ago, the original kind of like jade version. I don't think it's amazing, but it kind of still holds up, and I do still use this as the base. I don't kind of like redraw it, so it's kind of interesting. Yeah, imagine when we get to like a new set of bases, we'll like maybe do a different color jade or a different kind of like maybe metal or who knows what. Mm. Yeah, yeah. When we did the LE that at a different time upgraded to a different LE, that was pretty wild. We try not to do those anymore, at least that specifically. Like we're doing kind of some trap skins for some interesting kind of maybe not totally LE stuff. Yeah, there was also, what was it? There was like a singularity or a black hole trap or something like that that had an upgrade, and like that was locked away as an LE. So it's like an interesting weapon, but you can't we can't really do anything cool with it because of its LE status. So it's kind of like regret doing that because I like that trap and I want to do skins for it and all that, but it just kind of would be a whole mess to try and touch that. But like Chrome stuff, I'm glad that we kind of like changed our direction with it a little bit. We were kind of like making them way more kind of like super one time only exclusive, but when we kind of like made it more about, well, you know, like not everyone has that much gold and like is available to kind of like build that trap right now, so why lock those people out? Let's make it more like, you know, an item that you can kind of like get and then get multiple and sell in America, and that kind of like creates an interesting thing in the marketplace. Maybe not everyone is excited about that element to the economy, but I think it certainly had its kind of interests. There was a lot of kind of like ups and downs in it too, so there's kind of not always just a guaranteed, ooh, anyone who has enough money is like guaranteed to get more money out of it. Some people lost. And then we also started to limit it. But basically with that, it allowed us to comfortably add trap skins to the really, really good top tier traps, which I'm happy about because I didn't want like to be making trap skins for all these traps that no one uses. Obviously that's important. Okay, so yeah, you just craft all the 12 Zodiac bases into one mega base. That'd be awesome. I mean, maybe it could just be like the Zodiac Codex or something, and it just requires each of the bases to actually be able to craft it or something, or like buy it, and then that's available every year from there on. And it's just like you just have to have one of each of the characters or something. So you wouldn't like it wouldn't be like some crazy insane base necessarily, and maybe the codex is only active when you have one of the zodiac bases armed or something. Who knows? We still have a few years. We're good. We can figure this out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not like there's some elements where it's like that sounds really cool, but at the same time, if you come in 8 years late, it's kind of like, well, that sucks. Guess I won't be getting that. So I'm not saying that that's a thing we'll do at all. But if we did do something like that, it would be what I would suggest would be to make it very minimal. You know, like if it is just a codex that has like, you know, a small effect when you're using the set of bases effectively. You know, it's a little more kind of like just apply. Okay, I combine those. So, but yeah, it's a little more specific and niche as opposed to just like huge advantage. Okay, so I've tweaked the line weight a little. I've kind of adjusted the character. Um, what are your thoughts? Yeah, miss your. That's another thing. If you have like basically all of the set except one that's like 6 years out, that'd be garbage. Maybe just like any 12 would be a thing or something, so you could miss a year or two and then come back to it and still get it eventually instead of having to wait a whole cycle. Yeah, that would be more fair. But it'd be cool if it was more doable, I suppose. Or maybe when we introduce something like that, if we introduce something like that, it would be more like um, we make it where you can go after a specific year's base, and maybe it's like a lot of work, but like you wouldn't have to wait 6 years for it to come around again. All right, so let's see. We have our character on it, and I decided to keep it kind of like filled in dark just because before it didn't read. Like I kind of played around with it where it was just like sunken in. It was embossed layer without kind of like the ink in it, and you just couldn't see what in the world it was. And I had to increase the line weight significantly for a lot of the area. So I think it works. It reads. Maybe not like the greatest base in the world, but I think it's kind of fun. Oh no, you don't have the wash base. That one's my favorite. The good boy base. I'm sorry. That's a bummer. Actually, I should move these up into this folder because then I can actually hide things when I need to. Oh, I guess this is the right. Yeah, okay, there we go. I already had that. Okay, I'm just rambly today. Sorry. Yeah, I don't. I feel like because we've literally held the rule of the LE is LE for basically the entire history of MouseHunt, I think there might have been a quick change here and there when we did something we didn't mean to or something, or like something was supposed to be LE or wasn't supposed to be LE. We like quickly fixed that. But aside from that, LE is just it never returns ever again kind of thing. Unless I'm wrong, I might be wrong. But I feel like that's something that's a little bit important to the community to honor. So I don't know if we'll ever go against that. But what I would consider doing is like coming out with a new set of the Zodiac bases where those ones are not LE, and then it's like you could kind of like, what are you doing, Pika? You collect those every year, kind of thing. Something like that. I don't know. I'm just talking in my butt. All right. So what I think I might look at is just getting a little bit of color in kind of the big patches of kind of like ink, but I don't know if I want that. I just kind of want to see if that does anything interesting. Yeah, Pika? Are you singing? Are you singing at the very bright sun? I think I might actually like the higher contrast. Yeah, yeah. I think it would be more fair to the community for there to be a non-LE set that you can collect to kind of like maybe build a codex or something like that. But then, of course, for the people who have been around for as long as you guys have, you get these actual LE ones. You know, like the first ever set of 12 is purely, truly LE, and then the ones to follow might be more kind of open form and loopable. But that way, you know, the first set are like the originals. You know, so those people who have those versions are like the OG. So that's just my thought. But yeah, yeah, exactly. For those missing years, like it would be just awful to like miss just the previous years, but you have all the others, and you would have completed the full set had you not like gotten sick or something during that time, and you know not being able to kind of complete the event or who knows what. So yeah, I think if we ever do something where it's like, oh, you should have the full set to get this benefit, we'll make sure that it's way more fair than just like the pure strictness of sorry you missed a year, gotta wait another 12. Yeah, I think you get it. I'm gonna stop rambling. Okay, so what do we think of the character and the character on the base, being the written and the drawn? Any changes you would make to these designs? If not, or if there is, please let me know in detail. But if not, I think what we can do is we can just add more texture and design. As I've mentioned, each of the older bases have a little bit. Let me just hide all that. Oh, I don't want to hide the line weight. My layers. I gotta sort my layers. My layers. That one. That's the one I want to hide. Okay. I feel like I haven't like fully woken up today, but I've been up since 7 in the morning. All right, so character, and I'm like, please critique this as I scroll away and you can't see it. Yeah, let me know. Is it even like maybe I need to kind of like make it a little more legible, or do you feel like that's okay? Do we want to change the design of the mouse? I mean, rat. I noticed that when I was looking up the character, a lot of the time it said like rat mouse, like rat slash mouse. Is it kind of like the same word that's used for like just that kind of like rodent? Are they kind of considered the same? Whereas I guess in like uh, Canada and North America or wherever, it's kind of like, oh, the really small one is the mouse, the big one's the rat. I feel that the very small features on the rat's eye slash nose isn't really viable on a jade carving. Okay, more or less the same word for it. Okay. Sure, yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think, admittedly, the way that these bases are set up anyways, the moment you put a trap on this thing, I don't have any traps in this file? What did I do that for? Rude me. Let's toss a trap on here. What trap do we want to slap on this? Basically, my point is that it gets covered up, unfortunately anyways, by most traps. Not all, just most. Mystic Pond Pincher, okay. That's a good call. Let's see if I can find that. It's going to be so low res. I don't even know if I have it like set up on in this batch of files because it's literally so old. It might just be on like a backup somewhere. Um, okay. I mean, it's not the Mystic Pawn Pincher, but this guy you can kind of see a lot of the base. But now I don't know like where exactly to scale it, but he's just kind of just gonna be dancing on the rat's face there. Just tapping on his face. But yeah, like not a good example because you know it shows most of the base. Not that that's a problem. I mean that's just how we've kind of like made the game. Salt and pepper skins for the pawn pinchers. Oh yeah, I love it. All right, let's see. Let's just toss something that feels a little more. Some good noise of drinking, my boy. Right, let's see. What does this look like? And I need to scale that up to 200%. Don't know why that wasn't. Huh? Is that not supposed to be 200? What's going on? Is this file like real bad? Is that a thing? I set up all wrong. Oh, maybe it's a mini base. Might be a mini base. Okay. Well, but anyway, it's like most of the traps will cover up a lot of the features, unfortunately. Okay. Anyways, it'd be a lot of like we could change the design completely. I'm okay with that if you want. I just don't know what I want to do with it if we do. Plus, if we just kind of finish this up, we can go back to that beautiful costumed mouse and just really like zoom in on all these details and just kind of like make your lives wonderful. It's a rat. Rats are adorable. Rats are very cute. I love rats. They're so cute. This is not a cute rat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my friends. Okay. He is a cute dog with his flower costume that he's wearing right now. Yeah, he has like a little kind of hot spot on his cheek that he has to avoid scratching, making worse. So he gets to wear a big stinky cone on his head. All right. Shall we actually continue doing art, my friends? Probably a good idea. So, for doing kind of like design work on the sides, let's bring the opacity back to the old ones. A lot of them I try and incorporate the animal in somehow. The paws and feet and stuff is kind of a fun way to do it. I guess they're all a little bit different. Like, I guess the horse was air, maybe? Is that one of the elements? Fire, water, or no, that's dragon, so maybe that was fire. Is that wind as well? Oh, maybe I didn't include the element into most of them because I remember the snake was water actually. Yeah, so we had Carl's cruise was where that kind of started. That was the whole idea behind the cruise was using the snakes and fireworks that pushed the boat and all that. The metal rat. All right. So let's just see what we can do. Rip Carl's cruise. It'll always be there. Just half sunk outside of Nanyang shores. By the way, what do you guys think of the map? And also, I gotta collect my golems. Hold up a second. Just realized they've returned with loot. I must collect. All right. I gotta do this in a specific order because I might be able to level up before I claim the last one. Okay, if I level this one now, get an extra exceptional. Nice. Okay, and then I claim that. I'll have enough to explode that heater, unlocking the boss. Yeah, there's a bit of snow kind of covering a lot of it. So noisy. Okay, so trying to get like Burrow's Rift like runes and stuff. So I really need to finish that rift trap to go and crush it in the gauntlet. But like, oh boy, I'm just hoping I get lucky with my golems. All right, detonate. Haha. Lauren did a nice job on the HUD. All right. Okay, yeah, the Android app, it's like pretty grainy because of how I compress it. So on the PC, you'll be able to see a little bit more kind of detail that I put into it, and hopefully that's nice. Okay, so oh right, I still have to take out the boss. Let's see if I can do it on this hunt. Oh yeah, caught your first shorts all year, mouse. Nice. All right. So now, can I detonate? Detonate. Yes. All right, I can upgrade that. Just at exactly the amount that I needed. Upgrade. Nice. All right, now climb. It's all coming together. It's all working out. All right. I guess I took a hunt without any golems out there, but oh well. That's just one. All right, and then the final claim. Nothing good on that. Oh, okay, cool. All right. Let's see. Let's build a. Do you want to build a snowman? See what we get. All right, give me a number. I'm gonna hit randomize that many times. See what I got. Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of work. 9. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. Fancy little octopus man with cat paws. Launch. All right. Let's try again. What else we got? Kind of like the bunny man. Bunny man, go. All right. I want to do the new character that I made. Oh, there he was. All right. Here we go. And give him his mousey feet. Huzzah! Go and get me level 3 loot. My last one. All right. Avast. My golems are off. Okay. Depending on how you play, it is definitely ideal to focus on one golem. I kind of decided to go for some extra runs and decided to treat myself to the one-time purchase that gave me some golem advantage. Yeah, all right. Oh, 57. Thank you for not seeing that one, Jacob. I didn't want to hit randomize that much. All right. Yeah, I usually, like when I do the golems, I try and kind of level just 1 or 2, like as far as I can. And then if I just have a lot of parts, I'll be sending as many as I can, but I don't know. I'm probably going to tone down to just the 2. And again, I don't know. I've been getting good part return right now. So I've been jumping into like every tournament I can. I'm always doing maps. Oh, I've got a bunch of snowball showdown stuff I can do. I don't know. You just kind of like the more active you are in it, the more golems you can send all the time. So feeling good about it this year. We'll see how many parts I can get towards building that rift trap I need. All right. So we're here to do art, I think. That's what I hear. So we could try just like a sketch layer right now. So thinking I'll maybe do kind of like some nice kind of just geometric shapes. I quite like how those look a lot of the time. Where they kind of like overlap and create nice kind of empty space. I don't know why I'm cleaning up the sketch so much. Yeah, if you're like constantly kind of swapping back to farm cheese and stuff like that, limiting the number of golems you send is, well, like limiting the number of golems you upgrade is probably the most efficient. But definitely sign up to like every tournament you can, because all you need to do is make it into the top 50%. And even like the very first tournament I joined for the event, I just, had a little bit of event cheese, made sure to equip it with, a good high luck trap at the time, and then just hunt frequently enough, and I made it and got some rewards for it. So get a little bit extra kind of event cheese for that, some charms. And there are enough of them that you can just kind of chain them back to back. And then of course doing maps with friends is a very big deal. Get a lot of loot if you do those frequently. And they're easy because everyone's in the same area. Just start with the nice maps, of course, because you need to be able to unlock your decorations. Actually, speaking of the devil, I should probably figure out what decoration I want to unlock. But then when you have the decorations, you can start to target specific mice, so then the naughty map becomes more viable. Alright. Alright. If MouseHunt cheese are available in real life, which would you eat? I would probably like eat the most out there one, just because there's some that I definitely wouldn't eat because they're terrifying, like literally like deadly. I would super be curious about what empowered super brie tastes like. So I like brie already, but I also like a really like strong footy cheese. Let's see, what's gemstone cheese? Nice crunch to it. Tier 8 gauntlet cheese would be an interesting thing. Might pass on the wildfire though. Might be a little too spicy. Yeah, there's a number that are low on the list. Radioactive blue cheese I might pass on as well. Gingerbread cheese I kind of want to try. Cupcake Colby. Ooh, I would want to have rewind raclette, because raclette cheese just looks amazing. Yeah, polluted Parmesan. Let's not make that one a real thing. Ascended cheese. Yep. Like, I like spicy things, but yeah, wildfire where it's like actually molten. When the thing you eat is literally glowing because it's that hot that it produces light, that might destroy you, literally. Yeah, Inferno Havarti. That would that might be doable though. You know. Okay. I don't know what I want to do with the designs yet. I guess like okay, I mean a rat and a mouse paw is probably going to be basically the same thing. But since it's MouseHunt, kind of little beans. I don't know. Is there like an iconic thing that is like a rat? Like there's cheese, but like that's also obviously like mouse. You know. We could just do design stuff though. A cat. Nah, we just added a cat as an Easter egg. It's on the map itself. If you look in the town of Narnia. Really? A bunch of you are seeing the town of Narnia banner for the festive comet? We made a new banner for the festive comet. Have you tried kind of like doing a hard refresh of the page? Hold shift and hit the reload this page button maybe? Or shift F5. Maybe it's just like cached. Like I see the updated version, but I'm not sure what would cause that. Try the hard refresh. I don't know. Just tried it now. Weird. You know, I'm gonna travel to the town of Narnia really quick and see if that like has. Okay, so that's the town of Narnia image. And now I'm gonna go to the festive comet. No, it's switched. Weird. I don't know what would be doing that. Huh. That is odd. Okay. Pop it into the bug chat. Okay. I'm sure that there's like some tickets out there, and that's a known issue, but I popped it into the group chat in case they don't know. Okay. You could like kind of put a little kind of rat face on the side here. Since this one's probably going to get covered by a trap anyways. That'd be weird. Okay. No, I mean like Ellie is kind of, it's not for everybody, especially, well, not necessarily, especially if you've been around for a long time. But like, it's almost guaranteed that at some point you've missed something, and that kind of just makes it feel worse. And the more that happens, the less, you know, like Ellie is a good thing. So. wiry whiskers. Oh yeah, that is another thing, is like having the rats have the kind of whiskers that the mice don't seem to. Yeah, it could just be like whiskers. Maybe this is like a nose. This could almost be any animal though. Okay. Looks like a cat right now. Yeah, Andrew said that the it should just be a browser cache thing. So I guess Shift F5 might not be proper reload the cache. Maybe you need to clear it. If you clear your cache, it should do it, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a good tech guy. Okay. So maybe I feel like the face on the side is kind of like pushing it. Although I don't know, maybe it works. Do we do that for any of the other ones? There's like a feather. There's the dragon on the side. There's a snake on the side of this one. I guess we kind of just change it up every year anyways. It's not a super consistent thing. Let me look at rat paw. They're cute. Those little nubs. Little nubby beans. So cute. Rats are adorable. Yeah, like could do like basically the, let's see, there's like it's kind of like an actual rat paw there. Yeah, the paws would be pretty cute. So we can kind of like maybe simplify this into something that's a little cuter. Plus, since in MouseHunt we can only give them 3 fingers. Yeah, that would be, like, it'd take you right out of the event for it to be that header illustration. I don't even like that header illustration. I want to, like, get rid of that, update it with something a little more MouseHunt feeling. playing with the design of it, seeing if it still looks like anything. That just looks like the raptor symbol now. Weird. I do not understand why that's doing that. I'm gonna have Andrew look into that. Yeah, what it sounds like it could be is like one of the servers is cached incorrectly. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Andrew's looking into it. Hopefully we'll get that fixed up. Because yeah, it might just be like the server end of it, which is why like I would see it one way and a whole bunch of people would see it another way, because you know, if you're getting your data from a different server and that one has a caching issue for that image, that would do it. Yeah, even MouseHunt app is that way. All right, yeah, that's definitely a problem. Okay, so what do you think of the little paw? Maybe I'll like flare the fingers a bit so it looked a little cuter. I'm kind of pointing out a bit. I want it to look like bones or something. Five looks better than 4. 4 fingers looks a bit menacing. Yeah, 5 fingers looks better. Okay. Interesting. I think it's like potentially the shape language that looks menacing a bit, but we'll give the rat. Here, we'll do this. A, B, just to make sure we're all on the same page. So yeah, B is a little more interesting. Just trying to clean the shapes a little bit. B, B, B. Okay, cool. Voting time. Yeah, I don't think anyone is going to be saying A. I think maybe, I don't know, it's like the clustering of the paw and the size of the thumb down there versus how spaced out this is. I wonder. Just a suspicion about kind of why one might be a little more friendly. Not that I'm trying to make A be the winner. Just trying to see if I can kind of like make it less disturbing looking. Yeah, we've not had a straw poll in a long time, but I think it's pretty decisive. Everyone seems to prefer B, which is fine. So what we could do is basically duplicate that and flip it. And then just kind of like stagger them across the image. Let's move this. These lovely bone hands. Is it Halloween already? With a bunch of them, I look like creepy bones now. Paws and the rat face should be facing the same direction. I don't know if I'm going to keep the rat face here, if this is the rat face you were talking about. I'm not sure about it. Let's just see what the paw looks like on here. Get those out of there. It's like mole hands right now. Any thoughts on that? Bit too bony looking, yeah. It's like fine when it's just the one, but when you have a bunch beside each other, it starts to look like a pile of bones. I don't know. Maybe if we just kind of connect. Get rid of the fingernails, maybe. Just weird alien fingers now. They are quite unusual. Maybe I didn't get a good enough reference for it. Let's take a look. Yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah, a lot of paw prints are pretty cool in that they have kind of like almost like this kind of thing at the back. But let's see. Yeah, so there's kind of like an upside down heart on some of them, and like it's not the exact same thing for each of them. It's kind of lots of different. Like this looks more like a deer. This looks like someone interpreted another animal's paw prints and said it was rats. So I don't know about that one. Because their bean toes look different from that. Yeah, it's more like a weird kind of. I like when they're like smushed out. Like, let's see, there's one where it's in sand, I think. Yeah, I like that one. Let's see. It's kind of more like. Like that kind of thing is fun. Well, thanks for stopping in, Cheryl. We're definitely looking into that bug, so hopefully it'll be fixed for you tomorrow. Have a good one. Yeah, so what do we think of the paws? There's definitely way different looking style. Like the kind of staggered. Yeah, the art streams are very kind of quiet, slow, and just, you know, not a lot happens very quickly. But other weeks when Dave is kind of running it, you get a lot more kind of interaction, answering questions, and kind of giving new intel. Actually, next week should be the last Feedback Friday of the year, and I believe we're going to try and kind of gather the MouseHunt team to kind of hang out on stream for a brief amount of time and just kind of hang out. Not guaranteed, but I think that'd be really fun. And I know we're going to be in the office. We have kind of like plans that day, so it's not going to be a feedback. Unfortunately, we really need to bring that back. It's super fun. I would enjoy doing Feedback Friday again. It's just kind of like who wants to actually host it for everybody and kind of like run the show, because Dave was the one that was doing that before. It's a lot of work, but also a lot of fun. Yeah. No. We like we'll often bake cookies and make eggnog and stuff like that, and just kind of like hang out on stream. So what do we think for these paws? This one kind of works. This one might read stronger. Yeah, we actually like cook stuff on stream. It's fun. Yeah, and then I guess the back paws are a thing too, where they kind of like are really long. Yeah, they have like a lot of foot pads. Original B. Alright, let's see. Let's start to... Let's get some thoughts. Is B too bony? What do you guys like on this? Let me know your preferred letter. E. All right. It kind of feels like dog-like, but it still works. Oh, that's another version that I didn't even think to draw. All right. Hold your votes. This is kind of one that I think might work as well. This one makes me think of my rats that I had, where there's kind of like the palm, and like it's kind of like this, and the fingers just like really splayed out because they like to like grab things with their long kind of fingers. Do this maybe. Kind of mouse huntified it a bit. Bring that in just a little. And should it have like the full fingers, or do we want to kind of keep it limited? Still be. All right. People want the bony fingers. Okay. E, F, G. All right. Let's get your vote, Cheryl, so you can get some good rest. E. Okay, so I saw that from earlier. Yeah. Do we need to straw pull it? I think we need to straw pull it now. Who wants to set one up quick? Anybody? Shall I do it? E, E, G, all look good to me. Okay. All right. Still E. Okay, awesome. So the new one I added is not a favorite. That's fine. I'm not offended. Yeah, it's more like they like stepped in a big pile of ink and kind of slapped it. All right. It does look like a dog's paw a little bit, but it definitely works. It's just like if we were looking at the MouseHunt kind of like hands and feet, that's kind of what I would imagine they look like. G. Oh, we have one for G. Okay. Oh. I'm changing minds. All right, well, at least we're kind of like figuring this out before the straw poll launches. All right. So we have A through G. Straw poll is up. Thank you, Brian. Let's see what we get. Brian's such a hero. All right. Let's watch these results. Okay. So far, B is winning it. Oh, it's starting to get caught up with the E and G. Those are both at 3 votes. We have 4 for B, so it is currently winning. Vote for your favorite paw print. Okay, I don't know if it's different on the phone, but if you click the link that Brian posted. It's safe, totally fine. Just select the letter corresponding to the style of paw print that you see here. So there's A in the bottom left, B above that, C, D, E, F, and G back at the bottom. Just check mark for what one you like, and then click vote. All right, let's see. Okay, B and E are tied right now at 4 votes. I haven't voted yet, but I don't want to be the tiebreaker because then it'll just be my choice. Okay, B is still ahead. 5 votes. All right, B and E are tied. Guess we're using both. Oh, B is 6 now, so it's ahead by 2. Okay. All right, I'm gonna close the voting in 30 seconds. So make sure you get your votes in right now. Okay, he is actually in 3rd place now. Oh, back up to 2nd. All right, 15 seconds. Anyone who has not cast their vote, please do so now. I think it's B. And we got A. Got one for A. All right, that's it. So B takes it with 8 votes right in the last second. So it's ahead. 42% of you that have voted want B, which is very good. Okay, so I mean that's the one we already have on here, so we can keep it and go. Very good. All right. So we have the paw prints here on the sides of the base. I think those look nice. They definitely are, you know, a rat's paws. Do we want kind of like it to be stepping along the side, or do we just want kind of like at the very sides or in a different position? Because like, so like for the rooster, we have it kind of like walking along the side. For the wash base, it's just on the sides, which is kind of what I was trying out here. And then for the pig, it's kind of all over the place. Any specifics? Walking along, stepping along the side. Let's try that, since we haven't tried that with this one so much. All right, good night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the vote. All right. So let's just grab this since they're already staggered. And I think I'm going to need to shrink them down for this to work properly, though. So let's zoom in and adjust the perspective on it. So this is on a flat surface that's at an angle to us. And I think I'll shrink it down just a little bit more. Can't go too far, you don't want all the details to be lost. And honestly, maybe they need to be just a smidge smaller, but then a little bit spaced out. So like that. Now the thing about rats is, unless this is just one that can walk on its hands, there would be kind of like back feet in here somewhere, but at the same time, they probably like step on their own prints, and it would be a little messy to try and get them all in like that. So this is a rat that can handstand, walk on his hands. Let's just try this. And we can like disrupt this pattern. Have like designs kind of cut across it. And actually, that's pretty fun. I like that. I mean, some people kind of like associate rats with like a little bit of a mess. So that kind of works. Actually, I might turn the paws out. I have to redo that. Because I kind of feel like they should be kind of rotated out a little bit. Maybe that's just me, but... Did a bad selection. All right, let's try that again. Okay, let's try that again, but I'm going to rotate the paws out a bit. Because right now they're kind of like turned in, and I feel like it might look more interesting with it out. Artistic, it's not real life. So true. So let's try more like that. I feel like with it turned out like that, it looks like it's trying to kind of like keep its balance a little more or something. I'm going to spread it out just a bit more. Now I will have these walk across. Rotate. And bring that in. And of course, like when we actually render the texture and stuff, I'll make sure these are easier to read on the base. You know, I'll be able to put some glow in it and like darken it here and there. Although they're not bad. They do read all right. Yeah. So that seems okay. Is it better or worse with it kind of angled out like that? I can't adjust it as easily. Yeah, rat doing a handstand across the side of the base. I mean, it could just be like paws like this, and it just went along the side and just went like pop, 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 pop. Because they kind of do that sometimes. They just like, they pat things and touch them. Oh, maybe I made it worse by turning them out. Angled in did look better. You're right. All right, we can just undo until we get to that point. Boom. Yeah, I like that better as well. Easy. Okay, so we got the paws sorted, and that's actually like a big thematic element on the base, which helps tie it in with the set, so I'm happy with that. Now, what we can do is we can just kind of concentrate on just having fun with the rest of the design. I'm actually going to cut these elements out. So I can hide those sketches. They're just kind of distracting. So I kind of like maybe the idea of there being, let's say, like a character on each side facing each other. It's very rough, but just trying to get the idea down. And then maybe there's like, I don't know, what could be in the center here? Or should we bring them closer together? Then there could be like something on the sides. Rats are very social animals. Cheese at the center, I agree. The almighty cheese. Okay, that's a weird angle. So I have to remember that I'm drawing it on the side of a surface that's slightly turned away from us. So I need to kind of like draw it at, as if it were at that angle. Good old Swiss cheese. Oh, oh yeah. Could put the young Gouda. I'm saying that right? Probably not. Let's see. Ooh, do I have that cheese on here? Sometimes I have it in the file. Not this one. Yeah, let's see if I can create that as a silhouette really quick. Content cheese. Now, is there a way that we could kind of like translate this so that it keeps that good symbolism? Let's try looking up some more images of it. That's fun. Doing a Google search for noun, like, has MouseHunt stuff up in the first kind of area. Didn't expect that. Highlight the Chinese food. Okay. So let's see, would it work if it's kind of like maybe like, does this work? Because it's kind of about being in that wrapping, right? Like that's kind of a big part of it. Like, would we have maybe the wrapping being in silhouette, or like the whole thing could be in silhouette, and then just that character, which is please forgive me if I do this poorly. This is just an example right now to see. Something like that, maybe. Ingot, yeah. Isn't like rat like, is it wisdom or clever or something like that? Is that something? Maybe I should like look up other kind of decorative stuff. So I know there's lots of really cool patterns and designs that are used. There's always like very pretty flowers on everything too. The coin, would that be kind of like maybe like might just be just the square, but I've seen kind of like that. Or just and the flowers are also quite nice too, so maybe let me see, is there like a nice example one that's very designy, very graphical? There's just so many things to see. All right. Small part bitten off. That sounds interesting. So would it be like the coin, and then like there'd be like bite marks out of it, kind of thing? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, okay. That's fun. What's that character? What does that mean? It means become prosperous. Ah. Might be a bit much to fit on it, I think. I like it though. It's a neat idea. Let's just see if this works. So yeah, often less is more, but you can get some pretty wild designs going. Just a lot of cool detail. So I don't know, does that read very well? Not sure I get that it's kind of like the coin, but maybe that's just because I don't have that built-in kind of experience with it. Does it look like they took a bite out of it? closer to it. Okay, yeah, the texture on it. We can probably do that when we emboss it. That might be alright. Where there's kind of like going around it. Right. Whereas like all that could kind of have some texturing to it a bit. That might help it to read. Is it weird that there's like bites out of the coin? Looks better with just the outline not filled out. So like this looks better like that. Okay. Okay. So I do also want to just kind of like block in a little bit more. Maybe I should use my smooth brush for that. Just kind of like do more of the geometric kind of patterns to just add a little more interest to the surface. I see your point. I see your point. I have to open a window, it's kind of warm in here. And we are getting close to lunch, so when we hit 1 o'clock I'll go on lunch and then we'll come back and we'll kind of like make sure all the texture works for this and all the design work we want is in it. Give us a nice little kind of break from looking at it too, which might help us decide things. And then we can kind of like pull up the costumed rat mouse and see if we want to fix that up a little bit. Remembering to save, that's a rarity. Thank you. So I was thinking, I don't know, like if these come down a bit, also are rendered out a little nicer. Let's do that first. All right, let's try that all over. So we have not a smoothing brush for that, thank you. Okay. The way that I've been drawing the rats is they have kind of like a little bit more of a triangular shape to their head. Okay. Am I Jacob Johnson? I am, actually. That's me. I do the MouseHunt art. So that feels a little more rat-like, I guess. Could maybe like have a little kind of line work in the silhouette. And maybe even kind of like having some scrolling, because that's fun. I should almost be drawing this head on so that I could let's move this out of the way, so I can kind of flip it and then put it into perspective a little easier. So let's do that first. Let's bring this out here, rotate, bring that back, fix that. Okay. Messed it up a little bit. Let's clean that up. All right. Let's do a new layer. Try and do that a little better this time. All right. So shapes, big clean shapes are important. Not the strongest silhouette. So I don't want it to look like it's like necessarily like bowing. Could just have the paws kind of come down like that. Like I kind of want some of it to feel very designy, right? So it's supposed to be engraved into some jade. So that might look all right. Right. Even have the toes on their own kind of curved out like that. Alright, sure. Mewtwo tail right there for a second. Alright. I don't know if I want the tail to curl up and back. Maybe I don't need that. Considering how much kind of space there is to fill on the front panel, maybe I actually want it to kind of go straight back. The one thing about rats is they have very long, very kind of strong tails, but they don't necessarily kind of like have a huge flexibility in them or like control. I don't remember any of my rats hanging off of the cages with like using their tails or anything. So I could try, I don't mind that. So let's just duplicate that really quick. But could just have it where it kind of like flows off the character. Maybe. That seems alright. Cool. Alright, well let's try that out. Take that just a smidge. Duplicate that. Turn it inwards. Okay, and we can just get a good view all the way over there. Okay, and rotate. I don't want them to be too smushed in. Maybe the tails rotating up are useful. Their faces might not read now. Alright, let's just bring this one in. Your other. Very close to booping noses. Yeah, so maybe we don't even need something between them. Let's turn that. Not the paws. Where are the paws? Don't tell me I lost the paws. Uh-oh. My friends, I might have done a thing. Yep. Oh, wait. I think I figured it out. Forgot I turned the opacity way down. There we go. Okay, cool. Let's get all this out of here. Keep the nose there. Rip paws. Okay. Okay. So what do we think of that? I think that's kind of nice. And then we can kind of come back. What layer? This layer is doing some of the line work on. I'll just switch to a new layer though. like kind of like have some grooves cut into the jade because that looks cool at the front where you can actually see the light passing through it. Rounded tails look better. Yeah, okay. I can see it. More consistent with the swirls too. Good point. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go back to the rounded tails. Good point. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Curved tail. You were right. You need to just kind of push and pull them until they feel right. Need to come in a bit, I think. And I need to be aware that I'm still planning on cutting all this out of the base as jade, so I need to make things thick enough that they're going to work when I deal with that texture. Okay. Alright, well, we are very quickly reaching 1 o'clock. So, I'm going to go on lunch. Actually, I had a really quick thought. While we're on these curled tails, what if, just before we break for lunch, let's see if this works. What if I did that? Right? Does that make sense? Yeah? Give him a little coin tail. Nice. Alright, good reaction. That's what I want. Yeah, so if that works for you, then I think that's a fun little design. Makes sense. Yeah, I didn't even think of that until you guys made sure I curled those tails, so thank you. Rotate that just a bit. Cool. Alright. Alright, so this is turning into something that I'm enjoying quite a bit, and also ended up being more stuff to do than I thought might be the case. I was worried it would be just kind of like, well, I guess we'll just draw a couple of lines across it and then call it a day. So that's good. All right, so let's take a break right here. We'll be able to kind of reconvene in an hour, and let's just make sure that we get everything we want on this, and then we can kind of wrap up all the rendering. I think that'll be also kind of cool to watch. Might not be the most engaging, but like showing you where I kind of like add highlights and where I have the light passing through the material can be pretty unique to see. So let's meet back in an hour, and I'll put up a timer so you know when I'm coming back. Look at all the like paw prints and stuff. It looks like mice and rats have been running across the page, which is just perfect. Yeah, so if we end up wrapping the base up really early, which I think now that we've kind of like captured the sides, it's just a matter of kind of like little tweaks and details. Shouldn't be too long, as well as rendering out the material. That should be pretty quick, actually. So we should be able to jump over to the costumed mouse and just kind of like tweak that so that it feels a little more kind of what people would want it to be. But yeah, so I'm going to go on break right now, and timer will go up, and I shall see you guys in 1 hour. So until then, don't do maybe go somewhere, but only for an hour. Oh, that's a lot of minutes. Okay, there we go. Start. All right, cool. Well, I'll see you guys soon. And I'll have a Larry link for you guys too when we come back, I'm sure. So, all right, ta-ta for now. Bye. All right. Hello, hello, and welcome back to the art stream. Lunch is over, and we are going to continue working on the jade rat base. Got pretty far on it. I mean, we started with a lot of it done already, so not necessarily the most productive day, but so far so good. So in the chat, I'm just putting up a Larry link. For those who are tuned in, do enjoy. A couple Great Winter Hunt cheese from Larry himself. All right. Let's send my golems on a hunt. Here we go. Thank you, thank you. Good to be back. All right, so I think that we're pretty good on main kind of like details of the base. I think at this point might just be kind of like adding a couple like little kind of design lines or something like that, and then rendering it out, and we're good. So let's see what layer, this layer. I feel like I want to hide the other layers soon. It's just like a distracting amount of detail around the image. I just figured kind of like adding a little bit of kind of embossing here and there could just kind of add some interest. To bring these rats in just a little bit. Oop, wrong layer. Too many layers I got going on right now. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, sorry it's not glazed. If I had the ability to create Larry links, I would have given you glazed. It's still good. Suppose it's potentially because there isn't like necessarily a limit on those Larry links. I don't think there might be, but I don't know. You'd have to ask Larry. All right. Let's see what else. So the other ones have quite a lot of detail on them. I'm gonna hide that. Get rid of that. Okay, so continued between the two rats like this kind of thing. Like that. Like, should there be that gap? I feel like the gap kind of makes sense, just with the design style of the rats themselves. Or would it be better if it just goes through? Yeah, I think the gap is good. All right. Yeah, I like that. I was kind of thinking, I don't know if triangle works, but I just kind of wanted something to like wrap over the top of this. It won't be quite as obnoxious, like in terms of how contrasty it is here. So it'll probably have quite a bit of light going into it, so it'll be a bright green instead of this really dark green. But felt like I wanted something there. I don't know if that's what I want, but it's something. No. Well, maybe. Let's see what it looks like if I lighten it up. It's not the final kind of render of that, of course, so it's not bad. I can make that disappear effectively, which is fine. Okay, we'll leave that. Let's see. It's kind of like just random and haphazard, and then we have like small little line work down here, which doesn't really match the rest of it. I think it's just too small for the base, potentially. So I might... Let's not destroy it. Let's just hide it for now, in case we decide we want to use it somehow. Then maybe it is still kind of, because like the thing is, this line doesn't do anything right now. So I kind of want there to be something that it's like connected to. Perspective line is a bit off on that. There we go. I like kind of having notches and stuff on the edges, because then you can kind of like define the silhouette using that. Have the light catch in interesting ways. The only challenge with the way the bases work is if there's like a trap behind this and I have like a notch cut out here, there won't be anything drawn behind it, so it can kind of look a little funky. But I've done it several times with the jade bases, and basically all I do is I do fill that in with a color, and it gets away with it. The Golem Guardian charm, that one, I believe that was for charging up the trap itself, right? I think that we didn't bring it back in the shop because you don't get to remake that trap this year. So it just kind of felt like something, like when it's in the shop, it's kind of like something we encourage people to go for. But if you didn't have the trap from last year, it just kind of didn't make sense to have it in the shop, the main shop. But of course it is still and always available during, or in the King's Arms, so it seemed, at least this is my assumption of why it was handled that way. It just seems kind of like still available, but less just kind of in your face in case you don't have a use for it, or you can't use it at all. Like you never got the trap, and now it is there mocking you. I don't know. Don't know, to be honest. Yeah, I think just because we don't have the trap back this year. doesn't quite fit there. I don't know, maybe I'm just trying to like cram too much in. Like a lot of them are pretty busy, but a lot of the time it's just kind of like more of a texture render. So could probably leave it as is. Now that I look at it though, I feel like this side of the box here, like this box surrounding the rat here, I feel like it's really close to the edge here and wider out here, and then like pretty close to that edge, but then like really far away from these edges. So it's not bad, just doesn't look super consistent. If I rotate this in, well, actually it'd be more like the bottom is rotated in, if anything. It gets really close to the tail. I almost wonder if it needs to like just come off the edge instead. And like go down. Yeah, I mean, maybe you can bring it up on next Feedback Friday. So yeah, I wasn't a part of deciding what was in the shops or not. But I do feel like because you don't earn the trap this year, it kind of makes sense to not have the charm there. Now maybe this could just like go across here. I don't know, I'm not good at design. It's not my forte. I feel like this needs to overlap for it to work. Now I'm like working on two different layers. It's all interacting in ways that should just be on one layer at this point. Oh well, I'll merge it. Okay, so I can hide that foot. Actually, I'll do it this way in case I want to bring it back. So I'll hide that foot as if it's being covered by that. Yeah, because I mean the charms aren't like required to charge up your golem trap. It just speeds it up. And they're good to have if you're like going to be switching power types with it. But I basically figured out what power type I needed to gap fill with it and just put it into that entirely. I don't know, I love the trap. I think it's a really cool mechanic, and I hope that we kind of like bring it back. Maybe in a new version in the future. So I believe the Golem Guardian specifically is LE, unless I'm mistaken. Pretty sure it is. I have it on my setup, and it has the LE symbol. And I don't think that it's from the base that I have going. Yeah, I mean, it could happen. I could see us, you know, bringing one out for other power types in the future, maybe. Don't quote me on it, though. It's definitely no guarantee that that's ever going to happen. Just feel like it would be cool to be able to use that. It's a cool mechanic. All right, so, and yeah, it might not be like the golems kind of thing, right? It might be a totally different theme. Could be a different event. Who knows? Yeah, it's just kind of cool that you can kind of like pick your own version of it. You have to kind of at least commit a little bit to it. You know, you have to power it up, and then if you want to switch, you have to kind of be okay with powering up the other kind. All right, all right. So basically what I want to do is get some like big, medium, and small shapes in harmony with each other. Figure out a kind of like rhythm between the shapes to make it look interesting. All right, I'm just working on the same stuff, but like suddenly I'm not working on the right layer, so I'm just merging it. It's fine. If we need to fix it, we'll just repaint. All right. Okay, I feel like the perspective on these that's off. That's what I thought. Needs to come in quite a bit. Okay. Not the most interesting stuff, but almost done. Okay. All right. So this perspective is still off here. Pull it in just, maybe not even that much, but it's just noticeable when things don't kind of align for something that's supposed to be so detail oriented. Okay. Now let's actually give this a flip. We haven't flipped this yet. Let's see how it looks. Okay, that's not bad. Might even get rid of the little half paw print there. It just kind of looks messy. Cool. All right, all right. What else? To be honest, I just like kind of cutting into jade. Kind of like having some surfaces and folds and stuff to render. It's just an interesting material. Okay. Okay. I just feel like there's just like something right here that's missing. I think we're good. Actually. Let's see. Can this work? So let's see. Kind of want to get the Hong Kong flower. Is it 5? Yeah. This doesn't look very good yet. Yeah, I'm thinking could put it like here. It'd be a little small to put there, but like it might look kind of cool if it's like here and then it can like fold down here or something. So it kind of folds over that edge. That might not look that great, but I kind of want to put it in here. Or maybe I like move these rats back and then have it like in the center there. Just a little sign of support there. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. All right. So actually the best way to do this would be to like make one leaf that's really clean and well shaped, and then repeat that 4 other times. Okay, that might be okay. I want to add this specifically. Ah, so close. Didn't quite balance it just right. should have used like the rotate tool. Actually, maybe that's what I should do. Alright, so undo till we get back to just the one. Okay, now let's see. Rotate you by 72 degrees. There we go. Duplicate and rotate by 72. 72. Beauty. Much better. All right. Cool. Just fill that in so I can. No, actually, I think I'm going to get rid of that. Yeah. Let's get rid of that. Okay, and sorry, I'm just looking at a message that popped up from Andrew. Okay, if I put this up here, I can make that line go all the way underneath. How much did I shrink that by, though? We'll say 85%. Okay, do the same to this. 85. Okay, use my smoothing line tool. Okay, just thicken that line up a bit. little artifacts that somehow ended up on this layer. Oops. Must have been all the like selecting and dragging that I did for sketches and all that. Alright. Well, I think that's about as much detail as I need to put in here in terms of design. So now all we need to do is just kind of render the texture of everything, capture the light and the material. There we go. That'll look nice. Okay, let's do it. Alright, so I'm going to lock down that layers transparencies. Perspective on this is a bit out. Just want to pull this in at the base. Just felt like it wasn't kind of like lining up with all those other lines. Kind of important when you're going for like those geometric shapes. Okay. Alright. So let's just start to color some of this in real quick. So we can kind of merge that down. There we go. Alright, so I'm just going to blast that with some softer light. Everything's going to get kind of like brought a little closer together. There's like a lot of contrast on it. The rat and the character for rat is going to kind of pop out more, but yeah, it is a beautiful flower, isn't it? Thank you. Alright. So on the inside, on the very upper edge, because we flip this around right now, just do a quick little, there's like a light source coming in kind of from this angle. It's like slightly over our shoulder, you could say. And so basically anywhere that, well, actually it's not over our shoulder so much, it's actually almost directly, more so directly to the left than over our shoulder. But it's coming from the left right now. And where the light is kind of hitting the surface, it's like kind of bouncing off. But some of the light is actually like soaking into the material and like bouncing around inside of the material because it's got that translucency to it. So on the back side of the material, so like hits and bounces off, right? Where the light kind of passes through the material, on the far side of it, I'm having some of that color get really rich and come through. And that's like the light scattering through the material. And so that's kind of why I have that like bright green edge. Whereas the surface, there's like a lot of kind of like muddy white and just kind of like a lot of different colors bouncing off of it. You're just getting like the rich material color on the inside. And that's kind of like what I'm going for. So I don't know if that makes sense, but that's just kind of my technique for this right now. And hopefully it works well. So these can stay relatively dark right now. All right, so then the top corners, which are facing the top left right now, those are going to catch the light directly. I'm going to have like an edge that reflects this light source completely, so that the tops of these are going to get like a nice bright sharp edge. And this will really help show how it's actually carved out of the stone. So any of the surfaces that have been etched out, they're all 3D, so they're all going to have, you know, the top and bottom. Doesn't need to be very thick though, like they're not like deep carvings, but still with a strong enough light source and the correct texture quality of the material, it'll catch that light. And of course it needs to be a bright enough light source, but all these things are coming together nicely for this. So it might actually be like right on that edge there, right in that corner. It'd be a little tricky to try and think of, okay, well where is this plane looking? Where is this, what direction will this surface be facing? We'll get there. Looks like the tops of that. Definitely the top of this petal here. The inside of that. Maybe just the inside there and here. Bottom inside of that. That as well. We'll go right up to that edge. And then I think we'll want to come in and get some deeper shadows too, because that will really help it to read more. There's a few people that I met at EGLX talked about doing that show before. I know a few of them were interested in kind of tuning into this show live, but I never gave them like really great information on how to do that. Kind of regret I didn't have anything prepared for that. Let them know how to find the stream better. But thankfully, some people that had questions for me that have contacted me, and I need to get back to them with my full response. I'm very bad at that. I like start writing a draft and get distracted and then completely forget I was doing that, and then forget to send the email till days later. Oops. It's my ADD brain. Hard at work. Alright, yeah, capturing nice bright edges. Just wash that out there. I'm just gonna, like, here's where it can get really funky with certain traps, like a trap with a good background. So I just painted this area with white. So if I have like a rift trap that has clouds, there's just gonna be a weird like white chunk right there. But for the most part, it'll get away with it. It's just for traps that have backgrounds that cover that far up, you'll probably notice it. Maybe I'll even leave a little bit of green. Yeah, I think I'll just stick to the white. These aren't like the most potent bases around, so I mean, not too worried. They're just nice to collect. And they're pretty decent if you don't have like a really strong trap or a strong base. Okay, so we're getting the insides, the kind of like deeper shadows. You'll definitely get some pretty deep shadows where there's kind of like big openings that you can kind of see down. the light isn't kind of bouncing into directly. And you would probably get some of that good scattering light that I was talking about earlier, but the angle that we're facing, we wouldn't necessarily see it too much. Like we'd get it on this inside lip, probably a bit in here, which is not too bad. We actually will get quite a bit. But I don't want to go too crazy with it because I want it to still read. It'll end up washing out a lot of detail. I might actually go for like an even darker, like ink filled again, just so that it reads. Yeah. Because at a distance, when it's on in your camp, it's going to be a little hard to see what's going on. So I think I'll just kind of push it a little. So that's the thing, like when I put the rat on the base, oh, you know what? Yeah, I shared the layer than cookie. When I put the rat on the base, it was a little hard to see what was going on. I just want to make sure that it can all read well. I was making the shorts all year round moose. I was looking at like some kind of tropical flowers for his shorts and saw a lot of flowers that looked a lot like this too. I actually used to have like board shorts that kind of had that. Maybe I should have just blocked in the deeper shadows and then hit it with the highlights. Hi, Charlie. Yeah. Just kind of redoing some of the work that I hid. Whew, all right. Yeah, I think I want to touch up some of the highlights now. Get this edge. Set there. Oh boy. So much little detail. What was that noise, Wash? Good little stretch, buddy. Okay. Yeah, like at size, all that detail is kind of just disappears, so probably don't want to go too crazy on, you know, getting every single little bit perfect. All right. Let's get just a little bit of light on the inside edge of this. So what I might be thinking about with this is, like, since this is actually in shade, and there's probably not enough light passing through the jade itself, it kind of ends up here where the corner of the material, there's a lot less material up here than through the body of it. it does have some surfaces that are facing up to the sky, and so for those colors I might actually just bring it more to like a lighter blue. And basically what that would be kind of like capturing, oh, Charlie's on my keyboard. It's like, what in the world is happening? Ugh. Like, why is my pen being super duper small? Okay. But effectively I'm kind of like going more towards a lighter, cooler color. I hate when she falls asleep on my keyboard. I have like a little kind of like mini hotkey keyboard thing that I use for some things, so I just have that plugged in and tucked behind my tablet, but like she likes to sleep over there, so it's like the 4th time today though. She hasn't done that in a long time, but then just today. Just like, I love laying on this thing or just sitting on it. I like when she messages group chats with just, you know, like one letter 800 times, or whatever the character limit is for a lot more than 800. Yeah, it's great. Okay, well, I feel like I want to wrap this up pretty soon, because I really don't want to bore you to death with this. At the same time, I'm compelled to continue on this quest. Alright. I'm getting lazier. Oops. I'm gonna be careful. Just gonna make more work for myself if I get too lax. But okay, so there's some like good colored light coming through here now. So I do want to actually pick some of that up here. Should probably get a little bit coming through on the top ones if it's able to get all the way up there. Maybe even from the side here. Could potentially just use like a screen layer to just add color into it. Alright, and back to this, just the ambient lighting on the inside. Cool. Alright. Alright, just quickly filled that in with the ground color just now. Alright. Yeah, it makes it look like it's kind of cut out there, which is good. Okay, we're actually getting closer. Alright, so I want this color hitting these top edges here, because the material is so thin right at those corners that the light is just going to pass through it so easily. At least right at the corner where there's just less material. That inside wall is not getting hit by direct light, and it's facing us, so we're going to get some nice colors off of it. This one's going to get some highlight. Probably didn't need to go too crazy with those highlights pretty far back. I really like made a bad silhouette scenario for myself by having everything at like the tops and where all the traps always overlap and stuff. Like that's where I created all the silhouette edges that cut out, whereas like down at the bottom and the front, that's the easiest place to throw it without it really looking bad. But naturally that's not where I put it, so good job me. Yeah. It's not a perfect job, but it looks like it's cut out. Okay. Too far. That's going to end up looking bad with a lot of traps. Oops. Need to drink some of my coffee. Ooh. That is a good question, Ryan, but though I do agree that it would be like the perfect starting piece to a set or ending piece to the set, probably starting, because we don't have the other 11, then I feel like it's more beneficial for us to kind of like do the full set in green jade first and then go to something different. And although, yeah, it kind of like isn't kind of like, you know, starting with how it's usually started. I think for the players kind of understanding, it just makes more sense to have the full set first. Because otherwise, it would feel like we're starting in the middle of a set that you can never complete. So I don't think that that would benefit it, unfortunately. Although I get what you're saying, it makes sense. Yeah. The first base was it the snake or the dragon? I actually honestly don't remember. Might have been the dragon. Dragon was the first one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're still quite a ways away from having the full 12, unfortunately. But next year we're going to have all 12 masks because I think we actually like added tiger, I believe, after the fact. We like did the ox mask and then we threw the tiger in front of the dragon. I don't know. I feel like we added ones for years we never had that event. I don't know if I'm recalling that correctly, but I think we have like 11 masks this year, and then 10 mice and 9 bases. So very close to completing some of the sets at least. Oh yeah, yeah. Valentine's Day mix. Yeah, and I remember there was like the Heart of the Tiger, I think was another thing. There was like a chest where you had like the 2 keys or something like that. That's true. Jade does come in different colors, that's for sure. But yeah, obviously, like, since we have this many green jade of it, like, to me, it just kind of seems like we should just do the full set of green jade, and then we could do kind of the other types. Never got the second key. Boo! But hey, you have a collector's chest in your inventory, so yay! You can never get rid of it. Boo! Although, Most people like to hang on to them. Or maybe not. Maybe that's just me and a few other people. I'm weird like that. I like having such items, even though I can't necessarily use them. Alright. Suddenly it feels like this is taking forever. It has only been an hour since we came back from lunch, so it's not bad. And honestly, like, we'll finish up the like lighting on this very soon. Will not take long. Alright, so get some highlights on these edges here as well. Actually, let's start with our kind of block colors, like where we have a little bit of light hitting, but it's not like massively highlight bright. Okay. So like here we would go brighter. There. Okay, we'll need highlight back there. Just so that can kind of stand out. Same with that, and that, and that. Nearly there. I think we can even just darken this down a bit. Okay, no, I don't need to do all of that. Blocking in where makes sense. So there, down here. It's weird seeing a base at this angle. Can go even brighter green, just to make sure that impact is there. Just on that edge. Just enough that it catches the light. Okay, and then let's get some of that brighter specular highlight. Okay. Let's get some of that ambient, lighter, kind of grayer highlight. Drop that on the inside of these. Oh, I haven't checked my horn in a while. Oopsies. Sorry, just reading some messages. Resume hunt. Thank you for the king's reward. And when's that tournament start? Two hours, 48 minutes. Oh, need a new map too. No, that one's full. No, that one's full. Oh, there's one. Sweet. Okay. Sorry, just had to get some MouseHunt chores done as it goes. Alright, so there can be some bright translucency there, subsurface scattering. Okay, there too. Pump it with a little bit more color. There's actually probably a lot of light bouncing off of these surfaces into the walls, so they wouldn't have to be so dark, especially not up there where there's a lot of light. Down on the side, I could see that a little more. Okay, let's also go like crazy bright on this because it's just such a thin amount of material over there. Light would pass through that pretty easily. All right. Just trying to spot anywhere it seems inconsistent. Okay, so I flipped it back. Let's give it a save. Let's get rid of that arrow. Let's hide the old bases. Does this look complete? There's just a couple of little bits where it doesn't. This we get a little bit of that ambient light on the inside edges, just a bit. Yeah, I believe Dave mentioned that he bumped up the parts a little bit, I think. So you might be seeing that if that's the case. Oop, that was an accident. Can't guarantee that that is the truth of the matter. I think he just kind of mentioned that while I was chatting about something else. So that is not a confirmation of that detail. I just want to lighten that up a little bit. Okay, it's not terrible. It's not like I'm like, this is the best. It's perfect. I feel like there's areas that I think could be improved, but I'm also feeling kind of exhausted from the stream. This is what happens if you stream for a while. Kind of a little bit taxing to do, but always worth it for me. That just means that I kind of feel like, oh, maybe I want to work on that other thing. Okay. Well, nearly unplugged my webcam. You know what? I just realized something. Oops. Let's see if I can fix this. Yeah. Because I was working on this flipped, I ended up flipping this flower. Shoot. Can I simply, this is not going to work, but let's see what happens. If I just do this. I gotta fix highlights and stuff as well. Better than it not being flipped though, so let's just quickly rectify that. Can there be any chip off parts of the base itself, which is done by mischievous mice? That's a good idea. I like that. That wouldn't be too hard to do. You just have to choose very selective spots to do that. Just areas that you could have kind of cut out without it interfering with the trap. It's a little harder to figure out, but doable. It's just some of these highlights are in the wrong spot. So. It's not too bad though. That's better. Get a little bit of the translucency coming through on some of these though. Lighten it up here. Okay. Catching your third? Oh man, you guys. I am only on my second. Do not have the hunting prowess of you. Alright. What do we think? Base good? Any thoughts on tweaks? Excellent. Alright. Alright. I'm happy with that. Let's get a crop. Ooh. Crop that for a second. Safe and sound. Sweet. That in. This crop tool like never works how I want it to. Oh wait, I think I can Alt drag. There we go. No, but I want it to be here. Yeah, this is the base crop that I've been doing more recently. Just using kind of the rule of thirds for lining up a few things. Yeah, it seems to work all right. I don't know if it's obvious that it's the rat, but I should probably verify to see what the other jade bases are doing. If there's a consistent thing with them, I should probably keep it. Yeah, exactly. They're not all the same, right? And maybe I'm totally off base when I'm like, this is how I've been doing it recently. Oh yeah, adventure complete. Gotta claim that. Yeah, Snowball Showdown dust. I'll use that next time. Alright. Yeah, it's not super consistent. Let's see. Yeah, they're all over the board with jade stuff. Alright, cool. Well, I like that enough. Just kind of fills the space nicely. Although, yeah, let's save this really quick. Saved. And then let's try just a different one with like the face visible, I guess. Sure. Let's just try that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't like it. It's just kind of weird cartoon character. It just doesn't feel like it matches the rest of it. Alright. Ah, rats. Missed a lot of the stream. There's still more to go. Even though I'm kind of like, well, we're going to pull up the costumed rat mouse and probably just try and tweak it a little bit so it looks a little less like itself. You'll see in a minute. Alright. Mice. I mean, nice. Love it. Love it. with transparency. Thank you. Save and save. And save. All right, we can just close that. So this is the costumed rat. Yeah, costumed rat mouse. Mouse in a rat costume. It is a little overworked. I was working on it for quite a while and just kind of needed to get it done at a certain point, or just stop staring at it at least. So this is where it ended up. I'm not the most happy with it. I think there's elements that are quite well done, but at the same time it's also disturbing to look at. So the idea is that it is Lunar New Year's Year of the Rat, and it is the metal element and also white. So I gave them a white electric guitar. He's throwing up the horns. Yeah, I think that there's just kind of like an element of disturbing texture to the character that some people are offended by a little, which is fair. So I think maybe what we could try to do is take this a little bit away from flesh color, maybe tone down some of the wrinkles. So he's supposed to look like he's like singing. Yeah, let's first flip this. So that's kind of the original intention for the drawing. There we go. Belt it out, bud. Alright, so maybe we can just use like a color layer and like maybe let's try just kind of like a light blue just to see what this does. Take it away from the and we can pull this back too. But yeah, maybe like it'll look a little less flesh, which I think is kind of like a problem for it currently. And it is also like one of the things about the Zodiac for this year is, you know, Year of the Rat, metal, and I also noted that it was the white rat, although obviously it ended up being red. I started with the character being fully kind of like white, but that like really didn't work because the whole thing was basically textured like the stomach, and that was the most disturbing thing to look at. So yeah, figured maybe at least if it's like that bold red, it won't kind of like give off body horror vibes. Okay, so I'm basically just kind of blocking in this color shift. Already it feels a little bit more kind of plastic, so that's a good thing. Yeah, maybe even the teeth. Maybe not the teeth. Maybe partially the teeth. Just kind of pull it back a little bit. Okay. Thanks, Eileen. You are too kind, Eileen. Too kind. So, this is just like an attempt at tweaking that color. It doesn't need to be this kind of gray. I mean, we could try the whole thing as even that red, but I feel like it might almost get too noisy. I think maybe it's either this or and we kind of like tone down some of the wrinkles. So let's just see if there's anything with the color that if we shift it around works better. So like that's kind of like still more white and purpley, which kind of works. Actually, I kind of like that. So I might push that. Yeah, the like purple blue. All right, if we like saturate it, obviously that's way too far. And darkening and lightening, it does nothing because it's just a color layer that I'm using right now. Let's just quickly go through different colors, see what happens. Okay, so kind of like that. Yeah, the lighter purpley kind of, yeah. The pink also did work, I agree, but I think the purple just kind of helps it feel more artificial. Whereas the pink works, but it kind of like brings it back into that a little too real feel. So yeah, I think I want to, yeah, that feels more like just kind of like artificial fabric, plastic, that kind of look. So this is without the coloring, right? This is what we had before, and there was just kind of like, it's a little too real textury, kind of like it looks like flesh. So this tweak right here, that helps that quite a bit. Yeah, it's Year of the Rat. You got it. So yes, you're right. Actually, I do need to do that with the tail. Good point. Let's go to normal. Grab this. Fill that. Also, the reflection should probably get that tweak color. Okay, that actually works well. All right, all right, all right. Should the inner ear? I don't know about the nose needing it. That kind of brings it into the kind of fabric version of black. Just seeing what these do now. I think I do like it with the ear, but I don't think it's necessary for the nose. I don't think it was bad with the nose, though. And the eyes were a bit too warm. Yeah, maybe I do want to keep it like that. I'll need to tweak the reflection for sure. All right, so we could soften some of these lovely ripples. Let's see. Yeah, let's just smooth a little bit of it. Maybe it just is a bit much. Maybe texture brush here. It's like I did look at inflated costumes, but I think there's just too many elements that make it awkward looking. So. The face, yeah, yeah. I don't disagree. I feel like it is the character, right? For sure. Have this kind of branch off there, but then just pull this down a lot, like really smooth it out. Just simplifying it. Okay. Okay, that's a little calmer. Maybe could even leave this. Did I jump around? Yeah, I did, of course. Really need to get rid of that hotkey somehow. Actually, like, there's like some software that I found where you can kind of like override hotkeys and make your own kind of macros and stuff like that. Use it for like Final Fantasy 14 and stuff like that, but I realized I could use that to kind of like just override these dumb hotkeys, and I need to remember to like turn it on when I'm painting. So when I turn that on, then I don't have to worry about hitting those. Yeah, I just wish that I could figure out how to override Photoshop's actual hotkeys, because that would be nice. Yeah, okay, actually that feels more like inflated fabric with it pulled in tighter. It was too big wrinkle. Wrinkles were just too long and kind of like, yeah, this feels a little better. Okay, pull that in. That's fine. Alright, well, we might not need to spend too much time on this, but I'm happy to kind of work a little bit and like really push this, because you guys didn't really get a lot of input on this character at all, other than for me to be like, what do you think? Is this horrifying? And then you guys being like, yes, yes it is. So useful, thank you. But yeah, I'm down with kind of like pushing this further, because again, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, we're like really well ahead on our tasks. So again, the hotkey. All right, I'm gonna start up that little hotkey thingy. Hotkey. Oh yeah, it's auto hotkey. Auto. I can't spell because I have a pen in my hand. That's why. Auto hotkey. There we go. And just need to go to. I wish I could like, you know how you have your taskbar on Windows and you can have like a bunch of applications that are just pinned there? I wish I could pin a file so I could just easily open it without having to like go into Finder and go to the specific folder. Maybe there's a way to do that, but I don't know how to get there or how to do that. All right, documents. Let's go to photo and begin. All right, so now that hotkey is not going to haunt me anymore. I am overriding it. 2 years to Tiger, yeah. You know, Year of the Rat is my year. It's exciting. I am Year of the Rat. Okay, what's happening? how did I jump up there? Oh my gosh. I really like, this hockey is just messing me up. I've jumped 3 different layers thanks to that hockey. Ugh. Alright, I should just be able to make this copy, paste into that layer, and merge. Alright, now I can do what I need to do. It's like every single hotkey and tweak that the latest Photoshop did is just the worst. I don't understand. Like I've complained about it every single stream since they did the update. And yet there's like a switch to legacy option that I didn't use because I've already adapted my workflow to this. And I feel like if I just switch to legacy now, it'll eventually just kind of stop being supported, and then I'll just have to relearn it anyways, and there'll be more to relearn. So I'll just evolve with the times and complain about it, because I'm an old person apparently. That's what we do. Okay, I'll stop. I'm the worst. All right. So I'm just smoothing this out now. I was using a bit of a textured brush, just because it can kind of help fill things nicely. You get a little bit of texture to stuff, it can just kind of like look nice. Although with something like this fabric, I'm actually trying to get an artificial look to it, like a little plasticky. So it's not a bad thing to have a brush that lends that. All right. So I'm going to pull these wrinkles back even further, and I think that that should get rid of that kind of like scrotacular feeling that was coming across initially. Sorry for my descriptive language there. Okay. Is that better? I think that's better. I think Giorgio will be happy with the guitar flip as well at a minimum. Yeah, costumed face for the thumbnail for sure. For sure. Alright, any tweaks that you guys would like to see on this before I actually like wrap up the stream? Because I feel like we haven't really spent much time with this piece, and if there's anything you want to do with it, let's go for it, let's try it. That's why we're here live. Just pull that in a bit. I'm just trying to tone down some wrinkling. It's fun, but less is more. Plus, like, for it to feel like it's one of those inflated costumes, you really need it to kind of like stretch in areas and not just kind of like the oh yeah, I gotta tweak the reflection. Modify the tail. You don't want it to look like just lumpy poops. Okay. Okay. How would you have me modify it? It almost looks like it needs a little bit of light on it too. Thinner and longer would probably look better, yeah. But I almost feel like I want it to be bad on purpose. So if it just like outright looks wrong, then I'm down with tweaking it. But if it's just kind of like, that's just like a weird kind of funky design, but it works, then I might stick to it. I don't know. I think I'll let you guys kind of figure that out. Yeah, seems kind of in character a bit. I mean, I could try like just smoothing out that lump as well, a little bit. Maybe I just need to tone the lump down. So it's just a fat tail with like a wrinkle in it. That actually looks a little better to me. It still has that kind of like weirdly inflated look, but it doesn't have just kind of like a weird segment to the tail. At least not as dramatically. See, now that's the thing about these inflatable suits is they're a mind trick. So the left arm definitely looks too long, but so the way these costumes work is if you've ever seen someone moving in them, it looks completely unnatural. But that's part of how they're purposely designed. So we have kind of like the mouse here, but its elbow is like actually like here, and like the hole in the suit is here, right? So like it makes their body look bigger, and like don't get me wrong, they're like stretching out, and actually the way that I intended it is they're falling over right now. Like this is not supposed to be like squished under it. But then I was just like, oh, maybe they're just like doing a power ballad. Doesn't matter. Because I drew this face at the very end. But yeah, like, I agree, it looks weird, but that's intentional. Should find a video of like people dancing in these. They look so crazy, but it's hilarious at the same time. They're fun. But yeah, it definitely looks like the arm's too long, and that's intentional. Because yeah, like I like the moment I step back, it looks like the arm is like, I don't know, doing this or something weird. Yeah, tiny arms. Yeah, it's like the actual armholes, like here. So it's just kind of pulling through it. Yeah, that's intended. Yeah, okay, I added that layer, right? Yeah. Okay. Delete that. All right. What else? Reflection. Okay, let's just color. Grab this. Should be able to just kind of paint right over that, like quickly. Don't have to be too cautious. Cool, cool, cool. I think that worked. Yeah. All right. All right. Perfect. Okay. So no longer weird, creepy tummy. A little more comfortable to look at. That's good. Thumbnail time. All right. Nice. Let's do it. So, mouse thumbnail. Why are you doing that? Just fill it right up. Bam. I kind of like it. I almost, yeah, maybe get the back ear in there. Let's see if that fits. Just a little bit of the ear. Actually, kind of like that it's like capturing the mouse below screaming. Is this going to work? Might be too much. That kind of works. I can see it. Actually, kind of, what do you think? I kind of like that. That's funny. All right, let's see if this outline is going to work. Yeah, I think that works. A little creepy seeing the mouse inside looking flustered. All right, so let's use this as A, and then we'll try a B. No, not transparent. Save. Go to the mouse folder. I need to like rearrange all of my folders. Okay. Yeah, we'll try when we're zoomed in more again. Like that. Okay, so you both actually do like the kind of creepy little face just hidden. Like this works, but I do enjoy the other one. All right, I'll just save this as 2 just in case they want to use it. But did it again. All right, give them the option. Okay. All right, so now hide the backdrop. Everything seems good. And let's shrink it first. So 700 by 1050. I can do this in this window so you can see what's going on. Save. I'll just leave it here. All right. I'm going to override this since it's the same image, but it's updated. Now it's facing the intended direction. And then it's going to take a minute to load. PNGs are a lossless format, so there's no compression that happens. And for whatever reason, when I do the save for web and design, it just gets a little bit slow. I'm trying to figure out what it's doing. Even though the whole time I'm looking and rendering on it, it's basically lossless, I think. So should be faster, but it's not. All right, so costumed rats should be good. Place. All right, then there's going to be the 1500 by 1500 one. My crop looks fine. Any new cheese or charm this year? I don't actually think there is. I think it's going to be basically the same. I mean, we haven't actually like gone through all the mechanics for it. I don't think there's any changes, major changes to the HUD at all, or like basically keeping it the same. So hopefully that's a good thing for you guys. Okay, for that one. I know it's a great opportunity for good loot if you plan for it, so you should do that. Because you use the candles to optimize loot gain. Because it can triple your loot. Alright, so shrink this down. So yeah, I don't know if people want that same event. I think people do. I haven't heard anything about wanting to change it. But yeah, I don't think we're bringing in a new cheese and new candles this year. I think we're basically going to try the same thing, see if it's okay. Maybe we'll tweak things if we need to. If we're kind of like, we haven't started playtesting or anything recently because we just wrapped up Great Winter Hunt. But the artists are like, well, we need new stuff to work on, and let's get the event stuff out of the way. So we basically were like, well, we need a costumed rat mouse, we need the jade base, we need these things and that things. Those are guarantees. So we've been working on those, but none of the code is really being kind of like pushed through yet for the Lunar New Year. So that could change, but we'll see. Maps for the event. Okay. That might be something that we're actually planning on doing. I couldn't tell you for sure, but that is a good point. I think maybe we weren't able to include them last year because we were busy trying to balance, especially since Lunar New Year isn't like go here specifically and catch these mice specifically. It's more of a kind of like you choose your own adventure where you want to use these candles. It's more about like getting some great value out of candles. Maybe like I don't know, more like a tournament kind of thing where it's just like whole bunch of mice are valuable, so you could go all over. Who knows though? I don't know. Yeah, Valor Rift balancing, all kinds of stuff. Okay, yeah, this mouse doesn't look creepy anymore. It was productive. But yeah, okay, so in case anyone missed it, let me just grab that Larry link. Copy, paste. And if anyone's just watching this for whatever reason on YouTube, I don't know if this will still work after a certain amount of time, but let's just put this here in case it does. There you go. There's a Larry link. If it's after the Great Winter Hunt, it's not too useful right now, but it'll come back. It'll come back. So save. Party on. I'm gonna sign off, guys. It was a great stream. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for helping out. Always super appreciative. You guys are awesome, and thank you for keeping me accurate with writing out Chinese characters, because I don't know what I'm doing with that, and just making sure the art looks great and give me lots of cool, great ideas. So I will be on next week with the rest of the MouseHunt team. That's the plan right now. Hopefully we'll be able to pull it off. We have like end of the year kind of, office stuff happening, so it might be short because there's a lot to do that day. But yeah, I wanna basically get everyone on camera together for a little bit, and we'll hang out, and it should just be a fun, silly time where we can just kind of like chat with you guys. And you'll get to see a bunch of people you don't normally get to, so that should be really cool. Yeah, so make sure to tune in next week. Should be fun. I'm sure that Dave will prepare some links and stuff that will be delicious. And until then, have a good weekend. Happy hunting, everybody. I'll see you next week. And if I don't see you until next year, happy holidays. See you next year. Bye.